Okay, let's see. Let's get cracking. It is Friday and I am here. I'm just gonna get my computer to work with me and not against me. So let's see. This looks okay. Hello Gina. Hang on, I'm there in a minute. There you go. So, I did promise, made a promise yesterday, and hi Ola, welcome in both of you. So right from the beginning of the stream today, I am gonna do some angel cards for Ula, my moderator, and I'm gonna do it. These are in Danish. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the usual thing with the angel cards. I'm gonna read in Danish for Ula what it says, and then I'm gonna summarize it in English afterward. So all of those who can't understand Danish still will get something out of it, and get to know what it does. Because usually when I do the angel cards, no matter if the angel cards, the oracle cards, it will still benefit more than just the person that is I'm drawing it for. So I'm just gonna mix them, shuffle them, I think it's called in English. So, and you're back from work, Ulla? Did you have a good day at work? I had a stream earlier today. It was kind of a test stream. I wanted to see if I could get, I knew I could stream from my phone because I did that before, but I haven't been using my headset for that. I have a headset I use for when people are calling me and stuff like that. But I haven't been using it for the stream. So I want to see if that was working, and so it's a bit more scruffy because there's no overlay and all that. But I'm still there, and I was thinking, well, if ever the spirit would be like in me to do a stream, spontaneous stream, for instance in the morning or in the middle of the day, I would have the energy for it, I could do it like that. So that's kind of why and what the test was for. Yeah, but we were busy. We're almost 40 dogs, plus you got 4 in and only 1 out. Oh man, it's really becoming a holiday season, right? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Herlighedens engel. Let's see. Zoom in closer. Let's see. I'm gonna do it like this. And the reason why I'm gonna do it like this is because otherwise I'm gonna have like a lot of I'm gonna just zoom it up just a tad, but it's just to prevent from me having the camera all the way in my face. So I'm gonna do like this. Okay. Og på kortet står der, jeg lovsynger kilden til alt liv. Did we have this before? Ulla? Or did we have a similar? I think we had a similar actually. Yeah, it was the styringsengel, the angel for strength. This is another one. Herlighedens engel. Denne engel vises som en storslået eksplosion af himmelsk lys, der ses med nogle af de meget enkle ting i livet, der beprises. Solopgangen, en regnbue, dansende børn. Dette er livets fundamentale glæde, der minder os om skabelsens herlighed. Den hører til i paradisets himmel, og den priser den guddommelige herlighed. Gaver til jorden, den kan hjælpe os med at prise livets enkle glæder, anerkende al godheden omkring os, takke for alt, hvad vi er. Herlighedens engel hjælper os til at prise de endeløse muligheder for godhed og glæde, der findes i vores liv. Den lærer os at være taknemmelig for livets skønhed og enkelhed. Den hjælper os faktisk med at fjerne belastningen og anstrengelserne i vores liv, fordi vi indser, hvor enkle ting kan være. Denne engel fortæller os, at livet kan være en lang lovprisning, hvis vi vælger det. Den lovpriser herligheden i Guds vidunderlige skabelse. Vi kan stille ind på denne fortryllelse af skønhed og glæde, hver gang vi ønsker at åbne vores hjerter. Livets pragt åbenbarer sig simpelthen for os. Livet bliver på den måde et selvreflekterende spejl af kærlighed, når vi ser det igennem taknemmelighedens øjne. Det betyder også, at livet selv bliver rodfæstet i nuets virkelighed. I vores bønner kan vi bede herlighedens engel om at medtage vores taksigtelser i dens glæde og lovprisning til livets kilde. Med vores hjerte åbent bliver vi velsignet. Den glæde, vi modtager ved at sige tak for livet, er den ultimative anerkendelse af livet selv. Taknemmelighedens glæde nærer vores sjæl og giver os den dybeste følelse af noget. For mange år siden lærte en meget klog mand mig at sige, tak for alle de gode ting, der sker i mit liv nu. Jo mere jeg sagde det, jo flere gode ting skete der i mit liv. Herlighedens engel hjælper os til at hæve os over det verdslige til lovprisning af Guds herlighed og skabelsens mirakel. At tilpasse vores energi og bevidsthed til denne herlighed er at være en del af det hele. Hver af os er et aspekt af skabelsens guddommelige princip. Det er vores egen herlighed, vi lovpriser, når vi åbner vores hjerter for englene. Vi når os selvets herlighed og ærer det guddommelige, når vi elsker os selv. Okay. So I'm just gonna, I have to just look one word, because one word I was not sure how to translate back. Okay, it wasn't. Yeah. Madonna Earth. Hello, welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. So, the card that so actually, Ulla says she actually did thank her husband for the love and because he's been so good at paying attention to her and giving her a lot of time. So, and what the card says, it says it's the angel of glory. So it talks about all about the simple things in life, like a rainbow, playing kids, sunrise, and just the life itself. And the card is telling us to remember to be grateful and to pay thank you, to say thank you for all good things that happen and just in general, and to be thankful for all the things that will happen, both the ones that is happening and the things that will be happening. And what it tells us is that if we do appreciate and praise the source of life, we will, be better persons. And the more we praise that, the more love we give ourselves. At the end of the day, it means that do appreciate yourself a lot and remember to be grateful for everything that happens, even if it's just to sit on the porch and enjoy a morning and see the sunrise. That can be enough, but just enjoy the fact that you actually can that. Sometimes I I myself do when I'm very busy and things are being chaotic in my life. I wake up and I'm like, well, how do my life actually look like? Well, I still have a roof over my head. I still get food on my table every day. I still have a husband, and there's so many things that I can still be grateful for, even though there's a lot of things I'm, I'm struggling with. So, and it's just a reminder, Every now and then we need to pick up ourselves and remind ourselves of that things aren't that bad always. And even in the darkest hour, there will still be light. I think it's things like that. At one point, I was talking with a friend of mine, and we were talking about miracles. And whenever people are like, "Well, I want to see a miracle," and I'm like, "But what kind of miracle do you want to see?" Because to me, it's a miracle waking up every day. To me, it's a miracle to see the sunrise or to enjoy my dog, and to have people in my life that loves me. So what kind of miracle do you want? I can't give you the miracle of healing all disease or giving peace on earth, because it's not um, my decision or my power alone. But I can give you the joy and the love from a good friend, for instance. I can give you that if that is enough. And it's like, oh yeah, that's right. Do appreciate the small things, even though we do forget it sometimes. So that is what the card is reminding us. Enough of the deep stuff. Madonna, what are you up to tonight? Gina, what are you up to tonight? And Ula, I guess you're just like chilling out because you have had some rough day, I imagine. Um, I did have, as I said, a stream earlier today. I wanted to test out this. It is on it is still on my channel. It is going to be put up on the VODs too on my YouTube channel. So if you didn't see it today, you won't be missing out on it. I did export it, so it's gonna be moved to my YouTube channel. I am working on this picture from Randal Spangler. I'm gonna zoom. I'm gonna like this. It is spring showers. And where is it's here? I keep hiding in behind. Hiding behind. So this is the picture I'm working on. It is 50 by 65. And so far my plan is just to work on this in here. I'm not going to change things around just yet. My plan is to work as much on my different pictures in each room. Ula, you need to. Ula, you need to. Ula and I have a deal that she's going to do some shout outs, and I need to remember to do, to remember to say to Ula when she's going to do it, because I have a bit more idea of who is streaming and who's not streaming, but it's more to do when and ever and if we're getting rated. It's like there's a lot of things happening, and the last couple of times I have just completely forgot to shout out people, and I get so bad. I felt so bad about it. Last time it was with Rhonda, and I was like, "I'm so sorry," and he was like, "Oh, don't mind, it's okay." He was just happy that he actually could rate me, and that is like the disadvantage sometimes by having friends that are like across the ocean, that a lot of them will be like, either they will be sleeping or they will just be waking up whenever I'm streaming. So sometimes it's a matter of both parts. Both sides need to what you say, be a bit off on the time schedule. So okay. Can I do this? I think I can. I'm gonna split. Here. And this, I can't tell you why I'm sectioning here. I do want to work on a bit bigger section than I was planning original. Hello, Dawn to Dusk Gems. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Again. Hello, Evil Mad Kitty. Hello. Welcome in, folks. Thank you for stopping by, all of you. Oh man, oh man. So, Ulla, you are on the duty. So, Dawn to Dusk Gems is the one you need to do a shout out on. So please first tell me if you are at your device and are here, because otherwise I will be doing it. I have my headphones off for a second. I'll be right back momentarily. It's quite okay. Hello, Jam's perfect imperfections. Okay. Hello, Jab. Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. You're ready now. Thank you, Ulla. So you need to try and give Dawn to Dusk Gems a shout out. So you can do try on her. So she just went AFK. Okay, you need to do a slash. Først en skråstreg. I had to come home early today. I'm trying to behave myself and not overdo anything. Madonna, it sounds like a good strategy. Good on you. Du skal skrive, først skal du lave en skråstreg, den der er over syvtallet. Og så skal du skrive shout out helt ud. Ikke kun SO, men shout out. Og det skulle gerne være sådan, når du laver skråstregen, altså, og skriver SH, at så kommer resten af kommandolinjen. Men du skal stadigvæk skrive den. And I'm just, for you guys that just entered, oh, hello, Clansai. I didn't see you. Welcome in, and thanks for being a part of the raid. Thank you. For those of you who are new to my channel, Ulla, who is one of my moderators, is a Danish person like me, and she is the dyslexic. And for some of the things, it can be a bit hard for her to follow in English. So I am going to talk Danish to her, and she will always be writing in English, in Danish, and I will be translating. So it's just so you know what's going on. So she's one of my, she's been with me from the beginning, and she's actually learning very fast. So Ulla, do you want me to write it so you can see how it is? Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, thank you, Dawn. Do you want me to write it, Ula? I'm gonna see. Hey, Steela. If I can do it here, yes, you can. Welcome in. Here comes my other moderator. Just try. I had to wait till maintenance man got my kitchen sink fixed finally. Like, hey, could you hurry? I have an appointment. um, otherwise, Ula, if you want to, I know Steela can do it. So if you want a bit more, time to adjust to it, and we can let her do it. It's gonna show in the chat. So if nothing shows, you did something wrong. We need to shout out Dawn to Dusk Gems. And we know Steela is an expert in doing that in here. Because it's because I don't have all the fancy things yet, so it's really the struck one. Just because my computer is not really playing with me. Yeah, sure. Steela, do you want to do it? Do give Dust to John? Yeah. Dawn to Dusk Gems, Steela. But thank you for thank you for giving Jam Perfection a shout out too. But also, it's okay. Well, we can give everyone a shout out. We're just gonna try. It's really a new thing I'm trying to do, because I'm not really used to getting rated. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the lurk, Dawn, and thank you for the raid. Thank you, thank you. So, all of you that came with the raid, of course, if you have something to do, you're more than welcome just to do that. Or if you need to raid and run, or you need to hydrate, or anything. Sure, Steven. Sure. But welcome to Pia's Creative Corner. My name is Pia, and today I'm gonna work on a Randal Spangler picture. I just started on it yesterday. It is Springshowers, and it looks like this. Whoops. It has round drills, and it has I'm just gonna say 40 colors, but 44 colors. And I bought it from Diamond Art Club. Besides of doing diamond painting, I do cross stitch, I knit, I color, I do sometimes I crochet. I'm not that much into crocheting. I've been diamond painting for 4 years. I have a YouTube channel and I have an Instagram, and all of these 3 social platforms. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. You know what? Well, I think I'm gonna write to you in on Instagram the way it's gonna look like on your message side. Um, it is very pretty. It is very pretty. Um, let's see. Come on. Um, okay. Um, and someday I'm gonna have a computer that can run some of the better shortcuts, so I can do like a just slash do exclamation mark shout out, for instance. But for now it's just gonna be these basic things, commands we're gonna use, unfortunately. So I hope everyone is having a good time, haven't had a good day, or there will be a good day in front of you. Um, it is 8 o'clock, around 8 o'clock my time, and that PM, so that means that we are on the last part of the day. It also means that I might be saying some nonsense, as I am in Denmark and English is my second language. I might be have a couple of slip ups later on. I'm just saying, it's not it's not like a given thing, but I might have just to warn you. Other than that, just chill out, have fun, and if there's anything that you're wondering, why am I doing, or if there's anything you want to know about me, just say the word, and of course I will answer you. I have very, what you call, wide limits for where my boundaries are. If people are asking out of curiosity and love and just to want to be educated, I I am almost willing to answer any question. So a little bit about myself. I am a grown up woman, and just not for anything, but it is my birthday tomorrow. So let's just say I am past 50. I don't have any kids myself. I have a dog, and I do admit that the dog is my kid in a lot of with a lot of things. So and he does sometimes stop by and say hi when I'm streaming, especially if his dad. He feels like he's abandoned by his dad. He will be looking for his mom to solve whatever problem he think he's having. Usually, it will just be a matter of him needing some attention or need to go out in the garden. Um, and I'm kind of mad at it. I keep running out of arrows and smoke. Oh, I'm telling us. Let's see. What did you? I'm telling myself I do not need to go play Palia. I am on the win challenge thing where I have to collect 10 eggs. And I'm kind of mad at it. I keep running out of arrows and smoke bombs for the things. And Steeler on that too. but I stopped after the first egg. I need to go back and finish. Didn't mean to tag your name twice. Fast typing. Oh, so you know what I mean. Yeah, that by the dog is my kid. So that is the case. And then I'm married. We have a house that we live in and live in Denmark. So yeah, my husband has two kids, and they are. I'm not gonna say they're grown ups because they're not. Age wise, close to. Mental wise, long before. No worries. I just felt doubly important. Yeah. So they are one is 18, one is 21. So they feel like themselves. They feel like they're grown up, but an adult. But we all know that at that age you are not. You're far from being a grown up, or you're far from being adult anyway. I need another streamer from Denmark. Oh, you met another streamer from Denmark last night. Oh, really? A diamond painter or crafter or Gina, do tell. Who? Who did you meet, Gina? I was lecturing my dog today while we were fishing. Felt like I was talking to a toddler. I know that feeling. I know that feeling, Steeler. So, yeah, a crafter. Her name is Lambent Mara. Okay. Hang on. I'm gonna write that down. What did I have that down? Her name is Lambent Mara. I'm gonna look her up for sure. I used to be book smart at that age. I am glad I'm not as bad and know it all as I was then. Yeah, you get so much wiser. You get so much wiser. But yeah, I mean, it's a mixed thing, to be honest. That you get this like feeling of for me anyway, when I'm thinking, I know how they feel, sort of thing, but and it's a but, things are different today than they were back then when I was young. So even though I get a lot of what they say. For instance, we have had so many talks about driving too fast in cars and everything, and street race and all that, and the one on that is 21 has been joining and doing a lot of that, and I was like, well, and he was like, but you did that too, yeah, but when I was your age, first of all, I didn't do it when I was 21. I did it when I was 18. But that being said, when I was your age, the cars couldn't drive as fast as they can today. There wasn't that many cars. Not that I'm not like from, I'm not from 1864 like they thought. When the kids were small, they thought that dad was from back in 1864, and tried to fire the cannons in the old wars. It's not that bad, so but still, it was a different time, and the whole vibe was different. They even though we did have like street racing, it was not that kind of as it is today, for sure. Stina, did your dog learn anything? Yeah, we really want to know. Did your dog learn anything? Or did it just flip you off like my dog did when we were out walking today? My dog, he has a walk he does, and then he has like his tail. Usually his tail would be hanging low, but every now and then when we walk, he will have like high tail, and it looks like he's flipping me off. Also because he does it in 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 when he does certain things that he knows I'm really not a big fan of him doing, he will be just raising his tail like, hey, and what you gonna do about it now? So yeah, my dog. But the funny thing is, my dog is actually quite cute of a large dog. So he does it in a cute way. And he's just like, it's where you really want to, in one part of you want to scold him and be like, hey, behave. And the other part is just laughing really loud at him. So, and it's a problem sometimes, and it's been with both of my flat coated retrievers, that even though I need to be serious, but it's like they're just holding their attitude, waiting for me to just crack. And 9 out of 10, I will be cracking. I will be like, and then he's like, oh, I won, and he will be just wiggling his tail and be like happy go lucky, and I'm like, okay, I lost that again. They are entertaining, yeah. I get a certain look, and like I can look at you like that too. Then I start laughing. Yeah, I know what you mean, Stella. I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. Ula knows about that problem too. It is a problem. I mean, it is and it isn't, because if it's really, it's just that I can't like, you know, be stubborn and be like, no, you need to listen to me and do as I say. And he will, to be honest, he will try that as the first thing he will grab in the toolbox for. Is like, I'm just gonna look cute, and she will give in. And then the second one will be like, okay, if you insist, I will be doing it, but I'm doing it under protest. And then if it, for instance, is like I'm telling him to go and lay down, and he's not doing it, and I'm like insisting on it, he will go and he will be like making a real loud sigh and laying down and looking at me like, okay, but only because you were insisting on it. Pet frustration can be adorable compared to real kid frustration. Yeah, the drama look. Yeah, exactly. It's. I would prefer the kid frustrations in it, or the no, the dog frustrations or the pet frustrations anytime. I will say, but let's, you know my comparison is not a good one, because I am a bit traumatized when it comes to being a stepmom and all that. So But I think to some extent it would have been different if the kids had been mine own. Um, so yeah. So sometimes, and Ulla is calling my dog Superstar. So sometimes his name is Arthur, but sometimes Superstar will be 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 here stopping by and be like do something, and he will just be all over the place. So you will not be in doubt if he is stopping by to get some attention. I did have a bit of a struggle with him today when I was streaming earlier because he's like not used to me streaming during the day, and because I do it like I think I sound like a lot like I was talking on the phone because I was laughing and talking in a bit of high pitched voice. So he was sleeping. We just landed home from the walk, and he actually collapsed right next to me and was not deep sleep, but he was relaxing. And then I laughed about something, and he just stood up and he started being all annoying and wanted attention, and I'm like, cause it's like he does the same when I'm on the phone. So we did actually have a little bit of practicing too today, my dog and I. He's not very satisfied about me being occupied in that manner. I think in his mind, if I'm like doing something where I record a video, it's one thing. He knows that. But if I'm doing something that is similar to talking on a phone, I am actually communicating with another person and will therefore not be available for him in his work. That's how I interpret his behavior when I do different things. Cause it's really like um, if I say for instance, if I say hello in a certain way whenever I pick up the phone in here, he will, even the deepest sleep, he will wake up and he will just you know come towards me and be like, "Oh, you called." I'm like, "No, I actually didn't call on you, but and go and lay down." And it doesn't matter me. It doesn't bug me as much when it's private. But he does the same when I'm actually on work and talking on the phone, and that is like a fight without sound, and that's me giving him the look and pointing at his bed like go and lie down, and I'm not saying anything. I'm just pointing. I had the IT one from the IT team on the phone the other day, and while he was talking and explaining something, I had that non-verbal discussion with my dog, and I won. He did go and lie down, but he was not satisfied, and he was not a happy dog. He looked literally like he wanted the number for the animal protection service. Ula has the same problem. He does it every time. Yeah. And he's done this from he was a puppy. Um, I would say even when he was a puppy, it was worse because then he would be barking and things like that. If I you're dying. So if you can see like how it would be for me, like being very businesslike on the phone, talking to a person, at the same time being doing all these movement with your hands and the eyes and pointing at a dog bed, be like going around, not saying a word, and the dog would just be like, "Okay, you insist, but I'm gonna need the number for it." The animal protection service immediately afterwards. Like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, she's abusing me. Call the authorities right now. Yeah, that's me. I am the dog abuser here. So yeah. And sometimes when I'm on call with my boss, I will be, because I have like a desk I can stand. So and some of the times I'm like just ignoring the dog. He will be standing next to me and wiggling tail, doing all the things. He's not barking, thank God. He did that when he was younger, but he's not doing that anymore. Now he's so tall, also big, that he is like he can stand on his back paws, on his back legs, and having his front legs on the desk, and look at me like it was so hard for me not to laugh when he did it the last time. It's like he looked at me, just turned like when they turn the head around and look at you. And he like looked at me like, hey, you can't keep ignoring me. I was like, and I looked at him and I pointed down and he went down, and then I went and I turned my back on him. And the next move he did was he actually tried to, I don't know, jump on my back or something. He was literally just trying to get my attention. I was like, could you please wait until I'm done with this phone call? Then I'm all yours. So now I have, sometimes I am taking the easy shortcut. So if I know I have like an important call, if I have like a meeting and I really want to be focused on what I do, I give him a treat, like a big bone or something that he can eat while I'm on call. So yeah. So don't say my dog is spoiled. That's not true. He's not spoiled. Not at all. Oh man. But that also means, when that being said, if he gets sick and he just had something with his leg and he was in pain, and I'm a wreck when that happens. I'm really not coping good. So yeah, that can kind of ruin my whole week or my whole days until I get things under control again, for sure. So that is the life with my dog. And we have had, I had a German Shepherd when we met, my husband and I, and he had a all Austrian pinscher. It's like, it's not like a Doberman pinscher. It's more. It just has the kind of same temperament. So it is a bit of stubborn. I would say his looked a lot. It was used in the old day as a farm dog. Yeah, it's not a sheepdog because it's not for herding, but it is a farm dog as it is an alarm more. So it will be barking a lot, and protecting in that way. So he did look like a, what do you look? He looked like a Rottweiler that was kind of put in a washing machine in too high degrees, so he shrunk because he had all the Rottweiler colors and the temperaments for that matter. So he was a male, and then I had came with a female shepherd, and everyone knows that the females are the ones that like rule that part of the animal world. So she was the queen of the family. But they were an amazing pair, the two of them. Whenever they were in the garden together, she loved being outside. So she would be lying on the grass in one end of the garden, and he would be guarding at the fence in the other end of the garden. So whenever he raised the alarm, you would see her just being speed lightning down to him and barking and be like, I'm here, where I'm gonna bite. So yeah. So I did ever feel unsafe with the two of them. And before we got together, my husband had a lot of problems with his dog, like escaping, fleeing home. Um, but whenever me and my dog came along, and we just kind of became a thing moving in, he never left home again. He didn't have to, because now he did actually have someone with him most of the time. So, and she was used to being home alone, so she had no problem in that. So yeah. So the only thing that could kind of tick her off about him was he had like a stare he did, and when he did that, she would absolutely, you know, she wouldn't like attack him, but she would like scold him in the way that dogs can scold each other. Well, that is awesome that you all got along so well. Yeah, I mean, um, putting a male and a female dog together is likely likely to go well, because usually the male dog will retrieve. They will just like be like, okay, just gonna let you handle this. They are kind of wise, those male dogs. So yeah. And then when she had to go, we had just his dog for a while, and then we got offered. I said yes to dog sit, one of my good friends who was breeding flat coated retrievers, and one of her puppies came back. So, and when her female dogs came into heat, she asked, "Can you take him?" And I said, "If you can go with our old dog, no problem. We will take him in." So we did, and he kind of never left again. So yeah. Long story short, he just stayed. I was like, I think that's the best thing for everybody, that he just get a permanent home in our place. So and that was two male dogs, but that's, I mean, flat coated retrievers are, for the most part, are very well laid back and happy go lucky types, and especially our old one were like, that should be, it took a lot for him to react towards a dog. um I actually only saw him a couple of times where he did kind of, have a reaction that was not like aggressive, but just like, here's the limit. One of them were when we got um, Arthur, our puppy, and he tried to um, take the ball out of the mouth of our old flat coated. That he wouldn't stand. He could take anything else out of the mouth of the old dog, but not the ball. The ball was like off limit, and I had no problem in that. So from that day on, the puppy just learned that that was just off limit. So I would have wished that they could have had more time together, the two of them, because um, he was a very, very well behaved dog, and have some very good communication qualities, the old ones. So, but the new one learned a lot in the short time period of time they did have together, and then he had a good, like, he was from birth, I think, gifted with a good base. So So the flat-coated retrievers is like just taking over our choice of dogs. We're kind of stuck with them. We have talked about getting other breeds, but we keep getting back to the flat-coaters because they really suit our way of life, and I think also the way we are, like how we like to raise dogs and what we're not using them for hunting or haven't been, but we have been still been, utilizing their skills in the hunting area. So we've been training search and track and fetch and all those things that you would be using in a hunting situation. And for two reasons, both for, if, because my husband is a hunter, so if ever he should have get the ability, the chance and opportunity to go and shoot some birds with some friends, the dog will actually be ready to go on a hunt with him. Um, and also because I think it's like, if you don't utilize that kind of brain power, you don't have that kind of dog, because they will ruin this. They will be like destroyer in your home, because they will try and get an outlet for whatever you don't do with them. If you don't tire their brain, they will just have brain power to figure out what to do next. And it's not like they're malicious or anything. It's just like they're bored and they need something to do. And then you will have like a broken dog like mine, being lying on the back with all four legs in the air, and being a couch potato and farting away in the couch. And I clearly felt the difference between the two situations. What the thing we have been doing for every day he's been living, and then we had like 14 days where we were told by the vet to keep him on leash and no running or anything, because he had some pain in the foreleg. I think it's actually all the way up in the shoulder. He's having pain, had pain. So so we had like 14 days where we had to endure the fact that the first week he was on painkillers. He was on painkillers. He was very, affected by the pain, and he was still. There would still be days where it would hurt, and he would like get. It would be natural for him not to run too much or something. But the second week, it was like we again, with the animal protection service, he didn't get it. He completely didn't get it. So, and he would be like asking for attention a lot more than I'm used to, just because he was not tired in his head. So he needed me to keep him occupied, like kids when they need to. You need to be with to give them both attention but also activities. Like, it's like they're bored but not really bored. They're just, what do you call it? Restless. It's hard for them to fall into pace. Steeler, check your Discord messages. I sent you a link to enable your yarn collection. Ooh. Gina, you are a dangerous person to know. And off she goes. Oh man. So I am going to I'm going to work with this picture for the rest of the month in here on stream. And I'm gonna try and do as much as I can while I am streaming. At the end of the month, if I'm not, done with the picture, I'm gonna take it off stream and finish it. But my intention is to work on this solely on stream because I am working on another picture off stream. And I am a little bit in that mood that tells me that it's gonna take the time it's gonna take. If this is not finished, if it's far from finished when I reach the end of the month, I'm just gonna give it 2 months. It's with that vibe at the moment, and it's a lot to do with. Oh, it's a lot. Sorry, it's a lot to do with the fact that I'm actually having a lot of work. So I do work when I'm not streaming. And at the moment, and this moment has like lasted 5 months so far, 2.5 years. No, I would say that the past 6, 7 months has been very, very stressful in the way that there's been a lot I have had to, new things I've had to do. And I work at a wonderful, wonderful place. And I am on a special contract because I'm only working 10 hours a week. But, and my employer are paying me for the 10 hours, and then I get money from Danish government to like, it's not enough to like pay for like a full-time ordinary job, but it's better than just only get paid for the 10 hours. So I still get a decent amount of money out of it. Um, so the the things I'm working with, I'm working as a secretary for the CEO, and but because we like, it sounds so like a big thing, but it's not. We're like a middle-sized company, and we are in this in between period of time where you're not big enough, but you're too big, in the way that we're not big enough to have our own HR department or team, but we are too big to not. We're not big enough to have our own HR team, but we need to structure the HR much more. So, and to be quite honest, the way that where I am, what I do, it's actually in that I could, if I had like 37 hours a week, I could easily, fulfill my days. Oh, you found a yarn company that ships internationally. Wow, what is it called? I'm curious. I am curious. That's how I am. You can post it to Discord? Don't I recall that correct, or is it just me thinking I want you to be there, but you're not? Let's see. Other than that, or you can just send me, so you can just send me a Discord message, or you can send me an Instagram message. Whatever you want. Oh, it's good prices too. Is it where do they ship from? Nebraska. Okay. Yeah. It's that is a problem. That is a problem for me. It really need to be good prices for me to buy, I would say, because we have good yarn shops in Denmark. If we didn't, I would consider it, but I would still like to see the link. Um, but because I will have to pay extra for it to get in the country. Yeah. So both the shipping itself, and then I will have to pay import tax and duty fees. So it does cost extra, unfortunately, because they're shipping from Nebraska. If they were shipping somewhere in Europe, it would be another matter. And that is one of the reasons why Orloa is a very cheap place for me to buy from, because they actually. Thank you, Gina. Thank you. Because they ship from France, and that means that's within Europe, so I don't have to pay anything else extra to get things from them. So I am, and that reminds me, I'm gonna buy some extra crystals and special drawers from Orloa. Um, and I'm gonna check up on their cross stitch. I'm not gonna buy. I don't think I'm gonna buy any diamond painting, because I have a couple I need to do before I buy again. um, but that does not mean that I can't buy any cross stitch, for instance. That I can still buy. I did learn, Stila. Can you remember we talked about? I asked you if you knew if there was a difference between the floss. And now I can tell you that there is. I just learned something new. In I ran out of a color on the one cross stitch I'm working on, from Orloa, and I went, because we have a local shop that sells broderies and floss, and they have all the DMC colors. So I was like, I didn't even check. I was 100% sure they would have them, and they did. They have like a complete rack with the whole DMC range on. So I did, and it didn't cost a fortune. And I was not gonna, I didn't need much. So it was the best. And then I could just, buy it and get home with it and do work on it right away, instead of waiting for the mail and all that. So I was like, this is the best way. So when I came home and I did the small part, I'm not sure that it's like you can see it whenever it get washed, and I'm gonna get it wet and the color from the print and all that is washed out. But what I actually did notice and what I did have to do was, because the strand on this floss was a bit thinner than the strand on the I have from Oloa, I used 3 instead of 2, and it was much more like shiny, the yarn, and it felt a lot more smooth working with. So there is a difference, and probably in the price range too, I would imagine. um, it's not, and I'm gonna hurry and say it's not bad, the one from Oloa, not at all. It was just I noticed it when I did use that one, and I'm like, it was really a small piece. So I think it was like I would have missed like I needed, like, for a whole big part, I would have written to Olo and said, I need, some yarn. But this was just I haven't I used 3 strands of a small skein. So it was so long ago I did that craft. I didn't know if things had changed. So, but yeah, so I did, you know, I did get a bit of experience in that way, but I'm not mad at it or anything. Um, Not at all. So, if you should know, I'm not streaming Sunday, and they have actually forecast a very very nice weather Sunday. So we have been talking about going to a small car ride, maybe for to the forest, or maybe go and see some of the castles in Denmark. We have some in the neighborhood. No, not like neighborhood, but within driving range, a distance. So we were talking about going and see one of those, and maybe take the dog with us, and make a day out of it. And Sunday is because that is our anniversary day, and tomorrow it's my birthday. So we're gonna do like a 2-in-1 thing. Tomorrow is just gonna be an everyday Saturday. I'm going on horseback riding. My husband is going to do the grocery shopping for the week, and I'm gonna see if I have the energy to maybe do a bit of a cleaning. So we can have a real day off on a Sunday. Yeah, in a way, I would love to go, for instance, see the crown jewels. Um, it's not that far from where I live. It's not like in the neighborhood, but it's not like a 6-hour drive. So it's doable, and I think it's take an hour or so for us to get there. So that would be nice. And if it's a good weather, it's really beautiful, beautiful scenario around that castle. Um, and I actually haven't seen the crown jewels since I was a very, very young girl. So, and after we had the whole changes from queen to king, I thought it could be nice actually. So there's that, or we could go and see the exhibition of the king's exhibition, His Majesty. They made one in the castle. I think it's available where they have it. That could be an option too. But it's like it's still it's kind of money. I would love to go somewhere where we could uh, do things that didn't cost too much. So So that is some of the things we were talking about. So yeah, so tomorrow I'm looking forward to going out to say hi to my horse. And for those of you who are still being around, and are new to my channel, it's not my horse. I don't have a horse, but I am the place where I am riding every Saturday, um, on a regular basis. One of the horses and I have gotten something special going, and so I'm riding as much as I can on him. Um, and if, because in the summertime he sometimes gets like bitten by mosquitoes, and that can like develop to some kind of sore or something. And last summer he had them where you um, under his belly, so you couldn't put a saddle on him. So if that happens again this year, and there will be a period where I can't ride him, and then I will be riding some one of the other ones. So, but for now, I'm riding on him, and he's a very big horse, and he's very lovely. So I am going to do that. I've always wanted to learn how to ride, and for about 14 years ago, I got the opportunity. Um, and I will say, if it wasn't like I'm having these limited resources with what I'm able to do, I would have had like a full time job and a horse today and a dog. But so when that's not possible, I'm getting the best of the two worlds. That I'm actually having an opportunity to bond with and have something very special going with a horse. And we're like getting like being friends, really close friends, like they are forming friendship and alliances uh, from horse to horse. This is what you get when you are human. You can get this from a horse too. So that's what we are doing, and it is very special for me. Um, and I am always a bit um, hit and surprised by it, that an animal I'm only seeing once a week still remembers me. And I think some of it has lots of it has to do with the fact that it's not like a lot of people that are riding on them. And she's very careful on that. All of the horses she has five, where the four of them are used in her school, and one is like a toddler, so he's not used for anything yet. But the four of them, all of them have a weekly day off where they are not being used for anything. They don't like it, as she said. They really don't like it, but I must insist. They want to work all the time, and that's a good thing. And I think that's because they're not overworked. They want to do it all the time. Um, so so she's taking very good care of her animals, all of her animals. She has cats that are like strays that just settle in and be like, oh, I live here now. And she'll be okay, you do, and welcome. And then she will be feeding them the best you can get at the vets, and she will be um, giving them shots so they're not getting sick, and help them to giving them things that makes them immune to different things of insects and stuff like that. The same we give our dogs. So even though it's a stray cat, she will still take very, very good care of them. As long as she can get close enough to them, that's of course a thing. So she will deworm them, and give them a pill, deep, what do you call it, birth control pill. I think um, if they are female cats, they will get sterilized if she can get close enough to them and have them like confined. If not, she will just give them birth control pills because that can actually, prevent some of it, hopefully. So she's very, cautious about the animal, but with the stray cat, she's also very aware that trying to limit the amount of newcomers into the neighborhood in that way. One of the cats she got is actually like, we think it's someone who left it behind in the summer house. There are like an area further down from where she lived that is filled with summer houses, and because it came to her like after the summer like stopped, it was very, very like right up the alley to be like, okay, that must be someone who just left. Left after some holiday. Because it can be like the period start like here in May, April, May, and then it lasts for, I think, almost during, I think it stopped like November or so. So it can be a long period of time, but it's still not good enough reason to leave the animal around or leave them behind just to fight for themselves. I think that's very, very cruel to do. But then there's someone like where I ride, and she will try and save them if she can, for sure. What is the time? Oh. So we're going to do, the plan is tonight that I want to do as much on this as I can, but without, you know, I'm gonna do like up to this part here, and when I'm here and I put the last one here, I'm gonna look at the clock and say, okay, can I do a small section more? Then I'm gonna do like a small section. I don't want to, stop in the middle where I like having 4 colors left to fill out, if that makes sense. If I'm like here and then there's 1 hour left, I'm gonna stop for the day and I'm gonna do either coloring or knitting at the last hour I'm streaming. So that's how I'm gonna do it today. But for now, I really love working on this. It's one of the things that sometimes I feel like it's hard to explain to other people that hasn't tried working with a canvas and drills like the quality you get from DAC. I know, and I'm just gonna say right off the bat, I'm not paid by DAC. I'm not affiliated by them, not in any way. I'm just a big fan of them, and I just have a lot of pictures from them, and I have never had an issue with custom service or anything, so I don't have like a beef with them and to be honest, I know people are a bit on the toes when it comes to the AI, and just to be very transparent, I haven't really put that much energy into the latest releases from DAC. So I'm not, I haven't seen the latest ones that should be AI made in that sense. In the sense that I'm like, will I buy or won't I buy? I think it is a worrying trend that DAC finds it necessary to like hide or not be honest about it if that's the case. But as I said, I haven't really put myself in that information stream flow, so I don't know that much about it. DC hasn't had much I've wanted lately. No, me neither. In for what I have just skimmed through, no. Um, to be honest, the last time I was on my app, it was to see what was restocked for what I wanted. But I haven't been watching the releases or anything, and the reason for that is I don't have any money. And I know I'm gonna be like, if then I'm gonna fall for something, and I'll be like, oh, trying to find a way to get it. Um, but there's so many other things I want to have before I want the picture from DAC, and it's just because I have like 28 pictures from DAC, so it's not like I am, you know, missing out on anything. So, but what I get like, when I work with these drills, I get so happy. And one thing is the color. The color is very, very opaque, and it can be very hard for me to like replicate it. Uh, I don't really like eau clair choices. There's really been a lot of them. Okay, yeah. Well, I think my angle on it is like, if it sells, DAC is a business too, and I do get why they will partner up with someone that apparently sound good. Um, I think it's a shame if it's gonna take over and just, prevent the other artists to get hold. Um, but then again, it's a business market, and DAC, if they're not careful, because other shops will grow, and so people are not that faithful in their choices of shops, so they will just move to wherever they want to. So, um, the thing is with DAC for me is that they have a good quality in the drills, so I really enjoy working with their pictures in that when that um and they still support their artists no matter if it's an AI artist or a traditional artist. Um, I think they are trying to find a balance, and I think the thing is that they might already have, without knowing whether it's true or not, or if it's that how it is. But I could imagine that they have to see the statistics and then talk about what makes sense and what does not make sense. And then maybe they even now are like trying to find another way around it because they don't want to be a part of it. And you know, you don't know. And it is like from there to making a decision till it really hit us as a consumer or as a buyer, it does take some time. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that if you can use AI to help you clean up your traditional made pictures, like if they're drawn or painted or whatever, and fix quicks and quirks on it. I actually think it's okay. If you use it to create artists, I think it's a gray area, and I think it's like not in the very pleasant way. It's a gray area. Um, but if you use it as a reference point and then make your own version in hand, for instance, or digital, well, it could be a thing. But as I say, it's a gray area. So I can see where you can use it with a good conscience, but I also can see where you can, abuse it, and that's gonna be bad for everyone. Um, so I think it's a bit with the AI, like it was in the beginning for a lot of people with the digital things, that they were very much have um, a lot of things against it, and was worried about what it would do, and the whole robot things, what they're gonna do, are they gonna take over, and that's why Terminator were created, and um, and I think for me personally, I'm like, I think everything can be like abused in a way if you want to. Um, that is why we have a lot of um, stolen arts around. So, floating around in the world. And has always had. We have had people that were so skilled as artists, they were copying the big artists and selling their pictures as that. And that means that they were actually selling their own arts, but the whole way how they did it was like copying the old masters. So so this is just another way to have a tool to be able to abuse and create stolen art. Benj asked me if I had seen, if it was just him or if there was more AI on DAC, and as I said to him, I haven't kept that track on it, so it might be that there is actually more that is like AI artists or promoting themselves with AI. That might be true. Um, I think I'm just gonna, keep my eyes on the artists that I like and see. And I think, to me, because I'm in the process where I don't have to own every diamond painting I see, I can actually be a little more like, how important is this for me? And, you know, is this something I really want to work on, or is it just something where I think, oh, that looks nice? So I have a couple in my stash that are like, maybe I shouldn't have bought it because I don't know if I'm ever gonna make that. It's gonna be some of the last one anyway, for sure. So I think now, because I'm limited in my fundings, I'm more like honest about, am I really gonna do this, or is it just something I think looks exciting? And I really want to buy the mount for my cross stitch before I buy, you know, any new paintings in new releases, except if it's one of my favorite artists. I have to do I have to do like I can't say forever, like, because that's not gonna happen. I will be buying diamond painting, but not in the frequencies as I have been. So that's not. I don't. It's not like it's. At one point, I had DAC boxes arriving almost at least once a week, maybe sometimes twice. And now it's been months. I don't think I bought any since the Color of Life actually. I think for the whole 2024 so far, for this year, I think I bought three or so. Yeah, I'm in the same boat right now. Got to be stingy with my money. Apparently, real life bills come first. Yeah, apparently. Apparently, someone is claiming they are the most important things to pay for first, and then you can pay for your addiction afterwards. Whether it's yarn or diamond painting or cross stitch or yeah. So apparently. Oh, and I need to write to my sister just to check up on her, and we haven't actually been talking for a month or so. You like roof over your head? Really? Really? You like electricity in your home? Yeah, and running water whenever you turn up the water, right? So, yeah. And it's one of these things that when you are a kid and living at home, that just like it is, and it's all almost like magic, it's not something you think of, and you shouldn't think of until you get to a certain age. I think it's important to think of it. Or to learn to remember that it's actually something you pay for. Like our youngest one, he was like, so he did get the whole you have to pay for the water thing. What he didn't get was you actually also have to pay for getting rid of the water, the wastewater. Oh, so that's why you were not allowed to go into the shower. Well, it says that is why I wasn't allowed to go to the shower because we had to 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 be aware of how much water we were using. Yeah, 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 right. But it is like when you pay for the water yourself, that is when you learn for sure to turn off the water in between you are washing. You're putting shampoo in your hair or you're washing your body. So it's only like water's only running when you actually need to rinse off the water. That's when you're paying the water bill, and okay, if oh, it's because when I said what I did this morning, that it was more important to be. It was because Ulla said to me when I was in the chat or in the stream earlier. She said, I have to go. I have to leave at one point because I need to take a shower. I was like, hey, what can be more important than to be on a chat with me? Shower can't be that important. And now Ulla's like, so that's why I wasn't in the shower, Pia. Okay, thank you. On my shoulders now. No long showers, and I still go behind her beep, turning off lights. Well, I can't say that here. I will say here, well, I think we are as equally bad or good to turn off the lights. But yeah, We were a bit after the kids when they were leaving home because they tend to just leave the room and let everything be on, and I'm like, you are not paying the power bill. Please go and turn off the lights. So yeah, and we don't. I mean, my husband a lot. He loves taking a long hot shower. And I think if it was only up to him and he had the money for it, he would be like taking longer showers. Now it's like more, it's very hot and it's short showers. And I'm like, you don't have to put like conditioner and scrub and then everything when you do. You're just washing your hair and then removing any unwanted hair in the in the face, and then that's it. I mean, I have so many things I need to do. So he can take a shower and be all done within 15 minutes. I can take a shower and it's gonna take me an hour to be finished. But that's not the shower itself. It's just the whole ritual in the bathroom that takes a long time. I am gonna say that. Hubby is terrible about it. I'm like 25 years. Turn off the damn bathroom like when you leave. Oh god, yeah. Can't you have something like a motion sensor on it so whenever he does leave the room that it will turn off after 5 minutes or so? Then you know you have been there too long. If it's you're sitting on the toilet and the light is turning off, and just because you're sitting so still, so that's when you know you've been too long on the damn toilet. Yeah, and you're too short to make it turn on again. I tried that. Yeah, been there. Yeah, we need that. It's a peeve of mine. Feel like I'm just giving my electric company more money for no reason. I bet they're very happy about you at the electric company. They're like, ooh, Steela's a good customer. You have to phone them and ask if I'm such a good customer at your place, can you give me some kind of VIP code that makes me pay less? I think actually that would be a good thing. May motion lighting not a good idea. He sits on the toilet, but for a long time. But hey, that actually does make it a good idea because then he will learn not to sit there for too long. That's a VIP I would love to be in. Yeah, right. I mean, I'm not sure it's gonna fly, but it would be nice. I'm like, for instance, here in Denmark, we had that whole energy crisis and everything, and a lot of people paid a lot of money to the electric company, and then the whole crisis just kind of went into nothing. But did they get any of their money back? No. You can dream, of course, we can all dream about that. So we all paid a lot of money, but we didn't get anything back. They just kind of let that money got absorbed into the electric company. Of course they did. I'm like, yeah, for sure, because they need more money. We can't hardly get by month to month here, and pay the bills. But they need more money. Of course, they need more money. It's a thing. Yeah, poor them. Yeah, absolutely. One of the usually I would say our banks are like equal evil here. But actually, I do have a good bank myself because they just raise the rent for the money going into the bank. So, for instance, the bank account I have where my salary are going into has been raised. I don't actually know what it was before, but it's 1.2, 1.4 now in interests, and the one that my husband has is like 0.74 or something. So we really got a good notch up in that bank, and the saving account I have has for the longest time just been like an ordinary account, just because they kind of uh, when it was made like a saving account, and I would get good interest if I had like over a certain amount of money on it. But then at one point they kind of canceled that thing due to a lot of circumstances. So it hasn't been functioning like that for the longest time, but now it's like they returned it back to the old ways. So now I have that account again. So I am kind of a happy customer. Um, Unfortunately, because of the house, we can't change my husband's account to the same bank. By the way, since I was late, what DP are you working on? Well, since you were late, Stila, you will have to look at the book now. I'm working on Springshowers by Randal Spangler. It's this one. It is this cutie. It is 50 by 65 centimeter. So it is very cute, and I am just like a Randal Spangler fan. I love the colors in his pictures. They're always, I think, so vivid and just happy-go-lucky colors. I really like them, and as I said before, Randal Spangler is like my go-to artist if I've had like a bit of a heavy confetti thing or colors that was bit dragging me down mood wise or something. I have been liking, I have to do Randal Spangler next. And I think this time it's just because it's been a while. So, are you crocheting, Stila, or are you frogging? Or are you playing Parlia? They are cute. I like them, but I prefer more fierce looking dragons. Yeah, I have. I'm having both. I like Randall Spanglers because they are happy go lucky. But then I also adore the ones I've been doing from Anne Stokes. Or from actually, I'm diamond painting. Ooh. What are you working on today? Or at the moment, Stephen? I've got 6 skeins out of 20 left on mother-in-law's blanket. Ooh, nice. It's moving along. It's moving along. I miss knitting blankets, to be honest. I really miss that. But I mean, I can't. Just the work I do with the hands as it is can make them hurt. So yeah. So I'll have to make do with the towels instead, and the small cloth and things I'm doing. It's not as funny, but it is something to do. Whenever for instance, after I have had dinner, I love to sit and we're watching a crime series, something, and just watch the rest of the whatever thing we are in, and then just rest the part just watch the rest of it while doing some kind of either knitting or crocheting, because it's right there, and it's just if I do cross stitch I have to find all the flaws and all that, and it's so much easier just to grab for the knitting pins and the yarn or crochet hook and the yarn. So yeah, it is a bit easier, I think. But I know there will be a day where I can't do that anymore. So I'm just gonna enjoy the thing as long as I can. Like the card said today that I draw, the angel card for Ulla. The Danish one is appreciate the things, even the small things, as much as you can while they're here. And they are kind of small miracles, like when the sun rises, or you see a rainbow, or it is small miracles, and appreciate them and be grateful for being here to watch them with your own eyes. And that's kind of the way how I see the springtime. It's like where everything are being renewed. Bismuth Fairs got about 2.5 rows left. I want to finish it before I move into. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You know me, it takes me a long time on diamond painting. Crochet always takes a while. I agree, easier to grab the yarn. Yeah, it is. It is. Well, I will say for the last couple of months, I actually have kind of the same thing. It has been not like I had to force myself to do diamond painting. I've just have more days or evenings where I haven't, where I've been doing crochet instead of not crochet, cross stitch. I have been crocheting too and knitting, just because I think I want to train and practice in not stressing about finishing my diamond paintings, and this is nothing to do with my stream. It's everything to do who I am. Because I did this before I ever start streaming or doing videos or anything of that. It's just a built-in thing I have, that if I'm, starting a project, I just want to finish it as fast as possible. And every time I don't work on it, I will feel bad. I can't do this because I should be doing something else. And I want to practice in not caring, not being stressed out about it. Just enjoy whatever I feel like doing right now, and then know that there will be time for me to do the other thing later. I think it's something with that. So I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna finish this. I did work on a bit larger piece than I actually planned on, um, which is quite okay. But then I'm gonna move everything away. We're gonna do the angel cards, the oracle cards, and then I'm gonna see what time it is, and I'm either gonna knit or I am going to do some coloring. Either or. So my good friend Binge Bear, who is also a moderator in here, is working on a banner slash sticker to put um, on my stream, on my overlay, so everyone can see that I'm part of the coffee collective. um, and the coffee collective is Miss Coffee's stream team, and I was asked offer if I wanted to join, and I said of course I will. I said I don't know. I don't what I what I think the answer was sure, but what does it mean if I say yes? So I kind of said yes before I knew what I was saying yes to. Um, but I really want to, flash the badge in a way, because I'm very proud of it. Um, but I don't want to brag either. I don't know if there's anything to brag about, but that's just in my how I was raised. So I want to tell people about it and tell them that I'm part of it and it's what it is and what it means. You can't wait to see what he comes up with. Yeah, we have made our mind on something. So it's gonna be very soon. I think it might change a bit when I get a new computer, and just because I will be changing my overlay and stuff like that. But the idea of it will remain the same for sure. Um, I think it's a bit. I've had this before. I want something. I would love to have like an OC that would be like Miss Coffee has a fox, or you know I would Bucky has his whatever you can call that. Ula says you have something to look forward to. It's gonna be real beautiful. Yeah, I think so too. So in a way, I would love to have like a thing, or maybe an animal or a person or something that would be like me, even though it might be a little bit exaggerated or more beautiful than I am or whatnot. But so I have things in mind, and it's not like I can, because I can't do it because of my computer. I can't do it yet, but I have been thinking of different things, and one of the things I really would love to do is kind of merge. me, the Danish and the Korean side of me, and having like crafting things. So I was kind of imagining a thing like having a an Asian person, maybe either in a hanbok, my national dress, or a like a geisha dress, and then have like a Danish flag on the dress or something, or maybe just in red and white. But then holding instead of a fan, then holding like a brush and a a color palette or something. But it was just those things I had up in my head. The problem for me is I need I need some money. Again, I need some money. So it's gonna be something I do whenever I can afford to commission someone to draw this for me. They can actually make the idea I have in my head down on the paper. Um, so yeah, and at one point I was thinking of asking Buck just because I really love the way he draws, but I don't have the money for it, so it will have to wait. But if I ever do get that kind of money for that, I will for sure ask Buck as one of them. Um, I might also ask Verondo because I also like the way he draws. So I do know different artists I could ask. I just need the money for it. And it's gonna be like if I do get something like that, I want it to be in a situation and where I'm be. It's not gonna be how can you do as much as cheap as possible. It's just gonna be how can you transform my ideas into a paper. Both great choices. They are amazing artists. Yeah, they are. They are very amazing, both of them. To be honest, I actually have three. I think. So, and I would say the last one is actually more because he is an amazing uh, colorist. So see him work with colors is like just blowing my mind. So I have three favorites for it. It's one is I say Bakyo, and then there's Rondo, and then there's Jomio. Those three is like if I could combine them in one person and then have the money for it, it would be perfect. So, but no, I really, they are really truly some persons that I really look up to, and I love the way they work. And every artist has their own like way to do things. Their own way to draw, and you will recognize their drawing anywhere, no matter how and what they draw. I would say, like I saw a, who was it? Yeah, it was Miss Coffee had a new PNG or PNG tubers that she usually is not using was on her stream. I was like, that looks like Decumancer. I was like, who did that one? Well, Decumancer. Oh yeah, that makes sense. So, and that's where I'm like, that is true artist for me. Is where you kind of recognize their drawings, no matter what they draw. You will recognize their style. I would recognize Miss Coffee's style anywhere, I believe, and some of the other amazing artists I know, I have got to know in here. Like I did with my mom, she had her style when she did her designs, uh, with with her craft. So I knew her craft anywhere, and I would still recognize it today, till this day. If I was encounter it somewhere in the big world, I would still know whether she did that or not, for sure. She had some very special ways of drawing eyes and nose and mouth, and she just had a special way of designing her uh, angels and all that. So She was that kind of crafter that she would see a jumper in a store and she would be like, oh, I like that design. And then she would go home and do not a complete 100% replica, but something that is very close to it. And you will not like be in doubt on where she got her inspiration from. That was impressive. I was like, wow. Wow. They have a certain style about that. Yeah, they do. And that's where I believe it kind of goes from a doodling thing more to an artist thing. In my world, anyway, it does. Come on, let's go. Okay, I got enough here. I think I got enough here. But I need the first thing I'm gonna buy whenever I do get my feedback on the ground, financial wise, I am going to buy a mount for my cross stitch, because it is I do tend to, you know, hold too tight on the project when I'm holding it, and then I will be realizing it, and then I try to relax and it's kind of my hands like locked and I need to unlock it, and that hurts. So I just need them out. And I can't use the one I have because it's like it's too heavy, and the way it's mounted means that it's just not holding it good enough, I think. So but yeah, so that's my dreams when it comes to my stream and all that. And a lot of it is something that is not even close as long as I am on the computer I'm on now. It's just it's a it's something happening in the far away galaxy. Um, because the computer I have is so old now that, you know, I can run the most basic things and then barely that. So I'm just grateful for all of the streams that goes well, and nothing is a big disaster and breaks down. So I'm just happy, and therefore the testing today was also like, this is my backup plan if ever my computer give up. And I'm like, yeah, but what did you think I should do about this? So I still can stream with my phone. It's gonna be a different kind of stream, but I can still do it. It's just now I got so used to having the whole overlay and all that, so it's something, if ever, it will be looking very much like I just turned on the phone and started streaming. It's something has happened in my home with my computer, that's for sure. Be sure of that. So So I was thinking of what to do and what not to do a couple of days ago because, as I said before, I'm trying to find a way to be more relaxed about my work and everything and not to stress out about it. And I'm going to try and, just be and be like, what do I want to do today? Today I want to do this. And maybe just do an hour diamond painting or 2 hour diamond paintings. A lot of it is going to be depending on how my body is reacting because um, whenever I'm very busy, I tend to, you know, go and be very tied up in the muscles, and it's very hard for me to relax, and it's very hard for me to get a good night's sleep, and it's gonna be a vicious circle. So I'm trying not to get to that circle, and by not being stressing out about the things. So one thing is work, another thing is this one is just my craft, and because I'm doing so many different things and I'm actually doing different projects on different levels. I just need to chill out, and be like, okay, with this, I'm just gonna feel it and do, and don't overdo it. I'm not gonna sit for 4 hours doing diamond painting on a Wednesday evening if I can't do it. You know, it's not. I'm just not gonna do it, and I'm not gonna force myself to do it. Just because I want to be finished and move on and want to show something new on my stream or whatever, I might excuse I'm giving myself. So I decided that no matter what, it's gonna take the time it's gonna take. So if it's gonna take 2 months to do this, it's gonna take 2 months. That means that I might only be doing some of the masters for 1 month, or I'm not gonna do it at all. And then it's just gonna be next year. And next summer I'm gonna do some of the masters because it's not gonna be next year. I'm gonna have like diamond painting as a secondary. I'm gonna do much more cross stitching for sure. So, and because cross stitching is a bit more slow way to do craft than diamond painting, um, I'm gonna use diamond painting as a way to bounce back or bounce off the cross stitch. So I'm not gonna burn out on the cross stitch before time. Yeah, good. Again, I'm gonna try and go with whatever I feel like, knowing that I have some goals set, but not more. They're not like not movable or flexible. They're absolutely flexible. I've been stuck in book world lately. I started to Excuse me. I started the Jane Hawk series by Dean Koontz. It's so good. Glad I started the series way after it came out, so I've got all the books in the series. Oh, nice. Oh, I don't know that series. I know Dean Koontz. Of course, I know Dean Koontz. He's one of my favorite authors. I have been reading a lot of his books. I will say I haven't actually been listening much to him for some reason. But I have been reading a lot of his books for a lot of years. So yeah, I am a big fan of his books. Surprise, one of my favorites too. Really? You kidding me? Still and I are sharing a lot of things in common, and it's not. The funny thing is that we only got to know each other here on Twitch. So before that, we didn't know each other, and the more we talk, the more we just learn how much we have in common, and it's scary. It's not even surprisingly. It's actually a bit scary. So yeah, that we do have. So a lot of times we're gonna say, oh, I feel like this, or I want to do like this, or I have been doing things, or my husband's like, I know, I know, I know exactly what you mean. It's fantastic, but they end on cliffhangers, so you want the next book immediately. Ooh, maybe I should do a bit of a research on that. I have split my books into two categories. The ones I listen to when I do diamond paintings or slash awake, and those I use to kind of cool off and get to sleep. Because I have a husband that is very, very loud when he sleeps, aka he snores, and I am a very light sleeper, so I wake up very easily. And before I had this, I have a kind of a headband with some head things in, earphones, headphones in. Um, I was like, sometimes I was doing literally the one where you put your pillow over your head and screaming internally because you want to sleep, you're so tired. But the other part is like just so noisy that you can't sleep. But now I'm just putting a book on that I know, so I'm not feeling like I'm missing out because I will fall asleep after a while. Listen to that sound of the reader is much more soothing that that listening to a man who's snoring. Just saying. Just saying. It's scary, but good scary. Yeah. He is a good author, Gene Coons, and he is one of the authors that I think where I first discovered that I could actually read something that could be a bit of a, yeah, scary slash horror thing, or like um leaving you on the edge of the stool and still make you happy. Oh, Una says she has her it's audiobook helps her to sleep, so she won't get all of her so you won't get those yeah, I know what you, those what do you call that in English? Lots of thoughts in your head, right? Chaotic thoughts, maybe. I had at one point in my life, and I think I still can do it. It's just that I can't do it when the other person is like snoring that loud beside me. Yeah, me too. Because what I sometimes no, what I did at one point was that I was very cautious of when I was falling and put myself to bed or going to sleep. When I was lying in the bed, I was only thinking on happy things, happy thoughts, good things. And that was very, very important for me. And what I experienced most of the time was when I did that, I would have really good dreams, and I wouldn't have nightmares, and I would have good dreams that would like good things would happen to me, or I would do funny things, or it would be just a good dream, mixed in with a way to handle whatever I was experienced from the day. So if I didn't do it and just let it up by chance, I could be very, very unlucky and be thinking of something that was maybe not that happy thought, and it would kind of develop into a nightmare thing instead of. Um, so I kind of had that at one point. I don't have that kind of things going on anymore, but I did at one point. I do, however, I have learned slash experienced that if I listen to something before, hang on, zoom out further. If I listen to something before I go to sleep, for instance, a book that is like about serial killers or something, I will get bad dreams. So I'm still a bit sensitive to whatever I think of before I go to sleep. Is my conclusion of that. And I will say, if I, for instance, listen to a steamy book, a hot book about very intimate situations or things like that, I will dream about that too. Hello, gorgeous. So, what should I... No, you're not gonna do that. But we are gonna show you off. Yeah, we are gonna show you off. Yeah, we are gonna show you off. Gorgeous dog. Yeah, gorgeous dog. Yeah, you are gorgeous. Yeah, you are gorgeous. Yes, you are. You are gorgeous. Hey, doggo. Yeah, my happy doggo. Yeah, my happy doggo. So, are you there? What is he up to? I'm back. So yeah, his dad just let him out, and he wasn't in there in the living room where we have the door for the garden. So he had to get his mom to be sure to get the door closed or something. Or he was just, came in and went all by himself, like, oh no, they left me. Again, call the Animal Protection Service. I'm all alone in the house in the middle of the night or something. Or something. Oh man. Okay. So, let's see. Yeah. We're gonna go with this. This. I guess there's no one who wants a small angel card, so I guess I'm just going with the big ones. So if you're new to my channel, what's happening now is that I have these oracle cards or angel cards. I would say these are more like an oracle card. They are in English, or the book and the book that belongs to it are in English. So how I do it is that everyone that would like it can get a card drawn, and the way I do it is you pick a number between 1 and 30, and then I'm going to count out up to the number you choose, and I'm going to draw the card that belongs to that number, and it could look like this. This says commitment, for instance, and then I'm going to find the thing, the text that corresponds to that card. All of these cards has been drawn by and illustrated by Josephine Wall, and that is one of the reasons why I bought the deck, because they are absolutely gorgeous. So let's see. I'm just gonna do like this. Yeah. So I'm gonna blend them, shuffle them. I can't shuffle them. I'm gonna shuffle them, and then I'm going to, and then you can name your number. And my recommendation is that when I do count the cards up to your number, think of what you want from the card. Do you have a question, or are you just curious? And and know that this thing is just for the fun. It's not like too serious. It's just, it can be, it's like if you have a good friend and you get a good advice. That's how you can see these cards. So it's nothing more, nothing less, almost. And I will say the experience is that the card gives you what you need. And for me, I always get something with me whenever I get these cards. Get them drawn from other people, then everyone else plus me gets something out of it. And I love the fact that it's like that. Okay, Stila says 15. So now you can all watch if you want to, see what I'm doing, and you're more than welcome to, as long as I'm holding the card, there's an option of getting a card drawn. But I will of course put them aside at one point, and then it's all over, and then you will have to wait for next time. Okay, Stila, 15. Okay, we're gonna do this like this, Stila. 15, and then I'm gonna go. You're gonna give me left or right. I'm gonna go do like this, and I'm gonna tell you to say left or right. Left. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Acceptance. Oh, beautiful bird. And the whole rainbow theme. We know a bit from uh, the gay community and all that. Yeah, that's so pretty. Let's see. What it says is acceptance. Accepting the reality of a scenario can be daunting. Many aspects of a situation may affect how quickly you can move into a space of tolerance. Before you come to acceptance, you might move through rejection, disbelief, anger, or other emotions. It may take time, but eventually you will step past your initial reaction into acceptance. While you're working towards acceptance, remain patient, understanding and kind with yourself. Emotions are powerful, and when a situation triggers you, sitting back and waiting for things to ease takes patience. Trust that you are in a process which will take time to settle. Be honest about what is transpiring. Hope and idealism can be coping mechanisms that gloss over circumstances. You may see someone's light or true potential without recognizing that they are not yet able to see it for themselves. You may become involved in a situation knowing it is less than ideal, but hoping you can inspire a chance. A person may have potential, but you need to accept them for who they are uh, and know who they are now, and not try to change them into who you know they can be. When you have trouble coping with circumstances, remind yourself that everything is changing. Every situation is temporary. Time is consciously moving forward. Something that is upsetting or hard to accept right now will not last. No matter what you experience, it is fleeting. It might seem hard to imagine, but there may be a day when you are not able to recall the difficulties of the present. As you move into acceptance, your life will flow easier and be filled with love, gratitude, and happiness. A mermaid with rainbow hued hair greets a phoenix with open arms. The frothing ocean water at her fin may symbolize turbulence or upheaval that is clearing away and moving into calmness. The sky carries the same message, with dark clouds in the forefront, which diminish to a calm and beautiful sunrise. The images on the card reflect the constant nature of changes. Affirmation: I embrace people, circumstances, and opportunities with acceptance and gratitude, knowing everything changes. So nothing is static, but folks. And there's always a new day tomorrow. But this is a beautiful card. Just imagine a card like this being a diamond paint. Wow, these cards hanging out with me on Tuesday at work. Well, that might be. It's so on point for what's happening at work right now. Amazing. But I'm happy you can actually use it, Stila, and that it's giving you something that I really like. So Keep an open mind about Misty coworker. She's not making it easy though. Wow. Sometimes these challenges is people entering your life you feel like is challenging you some way or the other. It's probably because they have something for you you need to learn. See, if you turn it that way, it might be easy. Easier. Not easy, but easier. Good point. Yeah. So we have about an hour. I think I'm gonna grab the pens to be honest. Oh. I know actually I said yesterday I want coloring, but I'm a bit tired in my head, so I think I'm gonna go with the needle pins. No. Knitting pins, not the needle, the knitting pins. I only have like this much left, so, and the way I do this, I actually use a bit more yarn than I thought I would, so I probably in the future will be needing, because these has been like parts I have been using of both of the yarns, so I have other skeins that are complete, and so I don't know how big they're gonna be with one of those. Technically, I consider those needles compared to Thank you, Stila. It's been beautiful. Thank you. So I think I'm just gonna go with doing this with the rest of this yarn, and then I'm gonna close it, do the finish of it, and then because it's not probably not gonna be big enough in the length of it like this, but it will be if you turn it like this, or have it like put up in here, so it's gonna hang like let's get a camera here like this instead of, then it's gonna be big enough. Okay, so it's all about perceptions. It's all about perceptions. And then of course I have these in my favorite color. I also have them in, I think the three are actually purple. They are one of the sizes are in purple. So so funny because this yarn I'm using now is the same. It's the exact same as the other one, but just due to the fact that this yarn has been like used over and over without being used really, but just being knitting over and over and not being able like settle in any of the places I want to, it feels like it is thinner than the other one, but I think actually it's just because I've been using it much more. So like yesterday after stream, my dog came in here around 11, I think he was here, or was it 11:30 or something? It was before stream ended anyway. And I was like, well, I know you're here just because telling me that it is late and I need to go to bed, but I need to finish this first. So when I did finish stream and I cleaned up and I went into the kitchen, the border between the kitchen and the living room is there's a small area, uh, and in the middle of there we have his bed. The dog bed is, and on the dog bed my dog was lying on his back with all four legs in the air. I'm like, oh yeah, that was very important that I just came with you there. I can see why, because you're so torn apart that I don't have the time for you. Like he does like the same thing with me in the afternoon. After lunch, it's like we're having lunch together, and then I will be watching some telly and just have a bit of relax, and he will be sleeping. And then right when I'm just about to fall asleep, he will be waking up and be like all over me, and it's almost like he's telling me, you have get up, you have been sitting too long already. As soon as I get up, he will be going into my corner and go to sleep. I'm like, damn you. So my best revenge in that situation is just to call him and go out and give him a brush, a groom. Then I know I got my revenge. Oh yeah, we have our small games back here. Oh god. Okay, that was a bit too much. That's better. That is better. Is that the end of it? It might be. Let's see. Yeah, it was. So what I don't get is that I do play music that should be copyright free, but my two latest uh, videos of VOD from streaming has been silenced, or it says part of it has been silenced. I haven't, to be honest, I haven't watched it, so I don't know when it is they are silencing, but I never play anything that's not copyrighted. So I'm like, you know, and it's both days, to be frank. So because maybe sometimes it can, I think it's probably because it will be like, it could be like some tones that would like sound like it, but it's not. That's how I imagine. Why I imagine they have muted the stream. So there might be part of my stream that's muted. I don't know yet. Um, I haven't been watching them, so. No, I know. I'm trying to be very careful about the music I play in the background. I always will be like something like it says here, no copyright. For instance, coffee house jazz, relaxing music, blah blah blah. So, but I think because it's something that's not playing on the stream, but is playing in the background, that sometimes maybe notes or tones can be like recognized for something it's not. So. That's my theory about it anyway. It might not be, might not be true, but that's actually the only way I could see it could be. So I think the last part of the stream today, before we close, I will be talking about, continue a bit about the talk I did last night. Because last night I talked a bit about menopause and some of the challenges in that. I talked about how it's like a taboo and it's something they don't teach on the medical studies. And it is the same in Denmark, to be honest. It's something you really need to, if you have the interest in it, you will have to do it almost on your own time thing. I saw a video on YouTube, and it was first I saw a podcast about this whole menopause thing, and it was a female doctor that actually has specialized in the subject, and the podcast is a male that has it. So it was a bit funny listening to some of the questions, and sometimes you get struck by how ignorant the male can be, even today. But she had a very sweet, I think, in a way to describe, because it's like, what is it happening to your body? First of all, she did the whole biological thing, and then she said, well, just imagine that at one point your balls will just wither and disappear. That is what's happening to our body. Okay. So you see, it does not feel nice. It's not like even though it's a biological thing, it does not feel nice. It's not giving you anything back in that sense. What she did tell and what she did inform on that video was that she would, that's one way to put it, yeah. That she had found out that a lot of the symptoms you get, you could say, on the menopause, they actually start, you can be in premenopause, that can start already late 30s, late 20s, early 30s, and more often it's something you will have to go to a doctor. Något sån här. And that's good. To get your blood drawn, and they will have to check the hormone levels. But but it's something like hubby. um, and she says a lot of women actually feel something changes at that point. And I remember things changing at that point, but I remember being so tired, and it was so hard for me to feel like it was rested in a good way. No, almost no matter how little or how much I was sleeping, I felt tired all the time, almost drained. And I went to the doctor. I did get my blood drawn, but they didn't check my hormone levels. They just checked for vitamins, and I didn't have any alarming vitamin levels at that point. So, but what she says is that actually you can go into hormone therapy. So you start a treatment on hormones, and that can actually not like it's not gonna happen, but your drop of the female hormone is you know what I mean. But why can't I say that now? I can only say the male, but the other one will never drop in the way that in the rate estrogen, yeah, will never drop in the way that it does when you go into menopause. So you will have a more balanced way into the old woman thing, and you will not have the same all the same problems. And like she says, it's not like a checklist. It's not like you can say, okay, you have hot flashes, okay, check. You have emotion fluctuations. You're happy one point, in moment you are sad, almost to depression. Next one, it's not like you can do that, because every time it's an individual thing, so it's different from woman to woman. And the list is so long for the way that the menopause is affecting women. But some of them is of course hot flashes. It is the way that a lot of women actually go into depressions. They feel aches and pains everywhere. That a lot of women are talk about frozen shoulders, where they can't you can't move your arm to a certain angle. The female body is complicated. I feel like the lust could be all over the place. No, the list, not the lust. I was like, because that's another thing that the whole way of intimacy is changing. You might not want to have sex in the way that you have used to, or you might want more than you used to, or it is all over the place, and it's so individual. Um, and um, and just the fact that we don't educate the people that we meet, the doctors that we meet in our everyday life. This is half of the population. It is not like a small section of the population is experiencing. This is something all women are going through. So why is it we just have to endure? Why isn't we can't today, where we have such a big knowledge about what's happening? We have so many wise heads and so many people who are looking into the human body and all that, and with pills here and there for everything. Why is it this is something that we're not talking about, something that is almost not existing? She told that on her study, when they were out and have their residency, it was like they were like, okay, you have the time slot for WW, and WW was for whining women, because that was the person who had to be handling these women who were always complaining. No, and that is actually quite amazing that we, as just in general, that it's so difficult to talk about these things. I think in a way, for us women, we don't want, yeah, wow, we don't want to be like whining. We don't want people to think that we are constantly complaining. But what if we really have something to complain about? What if our body, as we grow older, not only grow older, but we lose so many things as our estrogen is falling, that it's amazing that we're still actually getting out of bed every day, and no one is like taking that in consideration. I think that's amazing. Yeah, wow, exactly. I was like, wow. um, as you said, her daughter, she was like, but I'm gonna get that checked whenever I reach that. She's studied to be a doctor too, so I'm gonna get that checked as soon as possible. Um, when I get to that age, so I can be on top of things, so I don't have to go through that. Right, we are still taught shame and hide those parts of the female struggles. Yeah, it's like we still have like a perfect picture we have to show the outside world, and even the outside world is not. It's not even the outside world. It's just outside our face. You know, it's even towards our partner, our family, our friends, everyone. It's like no one is supposed to see the struggle, because we will quickly be looked at like stigmatized, and you got a label that says you are a whining woman, you are like, oh, why are you always complaining, nothing is ever fun in your life. No, have you tried being in my body? You will know that it is rarely very fun to be in there. Um, and as I said at one point when talking to I think it was my husband, I said that to first time. I was like, well, you see, the thing is, when we are kids, we are like equal, no matter if we're female or male. Then we go to puberty, and puberty for boys is like they get a lot of going on in their pants, and then they got their boys going crazy, and they just want to have a lot to do with the other part, with the females. Then they can have maybe some growth problems, but it is what it is. Females, when they go into puberty, they have the whole hormone rush. Suddenly you go from happy-go-lucky to being angry to being desperate to being sad. All can happen within moments, and your body is changing. Things are growing out from where nothing were before, and suddenly you're having breasts, and suddenly you get hair, and things are coming out of your body, and not just that you're bleeding. That's one thing. Another thing is, all you suddenly have pains and aches, and you're feeling bloated, you're feeling, and I love the commercials about, oh, just use this sanitary thing, then you will never feel like you are bleeding. No matter how little or how much, I will always know when something is coming out of my area, private parts. The only thing I cannot feel it is if I do use a tampon, but other than that, I will always know. No matter how good suction ability this contraption you're putting in my underwear is. So it's like, yeah, right. You will forget all about your period. No, 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 no. That's not like happening. I think it's the very few of us that does not aware of that we are bleeding and not aware of we are in our period. It's like, no, just no. Those commercials piss me off. I can't say how many times I cussed out the TV. But it's like, yeah, right. I bet it was a man who did that commercial. Who came out with that idea. Only a man can be like, put this on and it will just remove all the feelings of something is floating out of you. No, no, no. And then you will have like a period of time from your teenage puberty until you get into your 30s, where you will be tormented once a month. If you're lucky, it will only last for a small week. If you're unlucky, it will last. You will have your premenstrual PMS the week before. You will have 2 weeks of bleeding, and then you will have 1 week after where you're kind of just recovering, and then you will go all over again. And that is something you just will have to manage through years. And that's one thing of it, like, because one thing is what happening in your private parts and all that, but on top of that, whenever you are in your period, your breasts is gonna just be so sensitive and hurt like hell. I'm just saying. No one is telling you that. When no one told me when I got my first period, oh, and be aware, at one point when it gets into a certain regularity and you will bleed in a certain way, your breast is just gonna join in the fun. Yeah, you feel normal 1 week. Yeah, right, exactly. I will say I was like, I was on the pill for a lot of years, so I was more like in a more fixed period, and I could keep it in for a week where I was really misery, and then I got out of the pill because I got too old. But then my periods got really bad, and that is where I actually think I had my first kind of signs of I was go into pre-menopause, because that can actually be a sign too. If your periods are like changing with getting very bad, you're bleeding a lot worse, the symptoms getting a lot worse, or they are skipping. But no one told me. The gynecologist I had at that point, he said, well, I can't put you on the pill, back on the pill, even that might help your period, but I can't give you a hormone thing to put up. So I was like, okay, we gotta do that, because I can't have this on a monthly thing. I was misery. So, and I haven't been bleeding since, so it's been quite good. And I think, in a way, a lot of, because I do get a tiny bit of hormone still, I'm keeping a lot of it back. I'm just a bit nervous for what's happening when they're removing it. So. I was on the pill for a while, but my body said, yeah, keep trying. That isn't going to help. Yeah. So, yeah, menopause sucked, but the freedom I feel now just fantastic. Yeah. I mean, the whole thing about the bleeding is absolutely amazing. That you don't have to consider that anymore. That is really, really nice. Um, I know some women feel a sense of loss, that they kind of, lose all what makes them women, and I do get it, because you kind of, you can't reproduce anymore. You're not ever gonna be able to put new life into the world. So, but that thing is long gone for me. So, but yeah, the whole not bleeding is amazing, and I'm like, why is it we can't just go from bleeding not bleeding? Because it makes so much sense that our eggs has run out. We don't have any more eggs. All the eggs we have are really bad quality left back. So it makes so much sense that we're not gonna bleed anymore. But why is it we have all the other things we have to endure? Why is it that we just can't go with the not bleeding and then everything will be absolutely smashing? You know, I I mean, why is it we are so screwed, the women? I feel like I feel like someone is punishing us a bit more just because we're women. No, so but right, thanks. One of the things she also talked about too, if you were one of the women that do suffer a lot during your menopause, and she actually talked about premenopause, menopause, and postmenopause. Um, and hey, Benj, welcome in, and thanks for stopping by. Did you have a good date night? Oh, Stila, would you do me the honor and give Benj a shout out, please? But what she was talking about was fasting and intermediate fasting. And I was like, oh, that could be something. But I have been trying to do this 5-2 thing where you eat for 5 days and you fast for 2 days, and I'm like, I don't think it was a problem. It was nice, thanks. Weather today was fabulous. Now settling down, doing my coloring. Oh yeah, the perfect end on a perfect day, right? So my husband was not agreeing, and it was not a problem. I do know I have maybe a tendency or some hangry thing going on when I don't get to eat. But what she was talking about was that if you did it like at 16 hour where you were not eating, and just being like from the day before during your sleep of night, and then in the morning, so not eating in the morning, and then push it 50 minutes every day, or hour or whatnot, and then suddenly you will be on the 16 hours. I was like, ooh, but that is actually doable that way. If I think it that way, I am actually sometimes fasting, because I'm not a breakfast person for the most days. I will not be hungry, and if I'm busy with working, I won't be eating anything until about lunchtime. So I think I'm gonna do that a bit more like in a structured way, and more like I'm gonna do this and see if it's gonna make a difference. Because if I eat the last time, just say 8 o'clock, like 8 p.m., and then the 12-hour mark will be 8 a.m. That's where I'm just meeting on my job. I'm starting my job working, and as long as I'm working, I'm able to ignore or push aside any hunger sign. If I'm just busy enough, I can do that. Um, I will have to, and then I can push it just 1 hour and say, okay, I would love to eat around 10 o'clock, but I'm gonna wait for half an hour. I'm gonna wait for an hour, and I do this unconsciously. And I've actually been feeling a bit bad about it, because I'm just gonna do it in a minute. I'm just gonna go and get something to eat in a minute, and then suddenly it's like, oh, that was the day, it was done, and I haven't been eating anything. So I'm just kind of thinking that this could be a way for me to do the uh, fasting thing, and maybe, getting into a more situation where my body will actually be utilizing some of the nutrients it gets. Just be aware that if you're fasting anything other than water will spike you out of the fasting. So many forget about that. I was watching a video and he says you can drink water, you can drink tea, and you can drink coffee. Just be aware of that the tea sometimes will be made on fruit, and that will bring you out of the fasting. But if you drink like white tea, for instance, just white tea or black tea or green tea that is just only containing those tea leaves, it's okay. And it's okay to drink coffee. It doesn't even have to be decaf if you're into coffee. Yeah, but I don't use any kind of sugar or milk in my tea, and I would always drink tea. I have very fine, some of the finest white tea you can get for money. I have in my stash. So I'm a bit of a tea connoisseur with a lot of that. So I do have some very good teas. And so that would be absolute that I would be drinking, or I would be drinking water. Yeah. Yeah, but that is the thing about it, Bear. That if you do it on the right part of the day, the right part for you, you can actually avoid that kind of things. As it is, I am on a only drink. I only drink Pepsi Max, for instance, in the weekend when it's weekend. So, and I would never do a fasting thing in the weekend. That would be absolutely doomed from the day one. So this is something I would do like Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So the night from Tuesday from Monday to Tuesday, and the night from Tuesday to Wednesday, and the night from Wednesday to Thursday. That would be, those overlaps, transitions I would do, because that means when I go from, I am as it is, I'm a bit struggling with the snacking in the evening, so that is something I have to work on anyways, and then then I would be waking up, and just because I'm not a breakfast girl, I'm not hungry when I'm waking up. I will be hungry around 10 or 11 a.m. anyways. So it's a matter of me pushing it an hour, a half an hour, and an hour, and then just work on that, moment. So I can actually, and that is something that he said, the one I saw about the fasting, that the longer fast you can do, the better it is. Of course, always consult if you have some kind of thing like a type 2 diabetes. Consult with your doctor what is good and not good. But if you're a healthy person, the longer you can drag your fast, the better it is. And the short fasting is for you can do on an almost everyday base, and the long fast you can do like once a week or once a month, depending on if it's like a 36-hour fast or 48-hour fast or something. I'm never gonna go there because I'm not that kind of person, and if I should do that, I would be like alone. I would be divorced. So, but the 16 hours is like and the doctor said the 16 hours is a good It's a threshold thing. Like you have to like reach that at one point. It's a goal you have to go for. It's not like it won't benefit you at all if you're only having 13 hours or 14 hours. But 16 hours is like, that is where you're going to go and do a difference. That is where your body is going to really react to the fast in the best way possible. So, I have learned a couple of things these past days, and one of the things I actually did learn is that what the fasting is doing is it's helping your insulin level to on a lower level. So, what every time you eat, no matter what you eat, but every time you have an intake of some kind of food, your insulin level will, a hormone, and insulin is a hormone, so your hormone level will rise. Depending on what you eat, will like affecting on how much it will rise and how long it will stay there. So she would recommend that women in the menopause, that they fast for the 16 hours as often as they can and plan, and that they eat as many as many, what is it called, crunchy vegetables as possible, because those are the most with fibers in, because the fibers is what makes it crunch. So like pepper fruits or green beans or like, so it's gonna crunch. So it's like, I was thinking, okay, so cauliflower is actually one that's crunching. Salad, no. Tomato, no. Avocado, no. It's like, Oh, so we're back to some of those I don't like. Well, I believe in balance, and so did she. So, but actually, for me, anyway, the 16 hours made in that way is actually something where I could see myself doing it and succeed. And I think that at the end of the day is one of the very important things in it. And it's something I'm willing to try to see what it does for me. And if it's, yeah, I like radish. I like the more cucumber and carrots, but yeah, I know at one point I get too much of it, so it's like. But yeah, that's what she said. So and I think it was actually a good rule to go with. If you're in doubt, does it crunch when you bite it? No, then it's not a fiber. Then there won't be a lot of fibers in it. Are you playing around, Ula? Someone is playing with the greetings. Yeah. Cool. That is amazing. Good, Ula. It is. So Ula is one of the fastest with the sword, but now she can be one of the fastest with the greetings too. That was good, Ula. Thank you for putting an effort into that. So that's I think that is one of the best way I would do the fast, because I did, as I said, I did try the 5 and 2, and the plan was like you would only allow to have an intake of 500 calories, and then only drink water and water or tea for the whole day. and 500 calories is not very much. And I'm like, I think that's why. Then I would reach a point where I'm so hungry I can't ignore it, and my body would be like, food. And so I think it's better for me to do it the other way around, where I kind of just do wait until I just keep waiting until I'm actually gonna put some food, and then of course be a bit cautious of paying a lot of attention to what am I then putting into my mouth when I'm breaking the fast. So of course you were. Ulla said it just dawned on her how she was gonna do it. So she hoped you didn't mind that she was using you as a testing thing. And I said, of course she can use you as test. Yeah, right. Don't eat a whole chocolate cake. No, the good thing is I don't like chocolate cakes, but I'm not gonna have any kind of chips slash crisp. I'm not gonna have any kind of biscuits or things like that on storage. I'm just gonna have rye bread and boring things like that in the fridge to eat. Yeah, but yeah, no worries, Ulla. I was the same when I first became a mod. Yeah, we all have to start somewhere. We all have to start somewhere. So, and like I talked with a acquaintance I have at one point, it's like when you do these life changes, don't do everything in one motion. Do a little at a time, one thing here, one thing there, and then suddenly it will just be a way for you to live. And I think that's very, very true. I'm just, I this with the fasting was just like a whole light bulb for me, because I have actually kind of done it but have been feeling bad about it because I was raised differently. So, and now it turns out that if I listen to my body, it's actually telling me when I need to eat and when not to eat. What it doesn't tell me is like what exactly to eat. It's just telling me it's time to get some food in the mouth, but it's not telling me what is good eating or what is not good eating. Unfortunately, just be aware the breads have a lot of calories and fiber. They make you full, but a lot are dense. But I'm only eating dark rye bread, Danish dark rye bread. So it's things you can't get over there where you live, Benj. So it's one of the healthiest thing you can eat actually here in Denmark. It's only because every time I visit my friend or my sister in Manchester, it's not something she can get very easily, and I think it's because maybe she's a bit picky about it because she was raised as a baker's child, so she knows what is good and what's not good. So yeah. And I am very spoiled with the bread, I will say. We don't buy, we don't buy bread, rye bread that is made in a factory. We buy the ones that are made by a bakery, because Pia is not eating the factory ones because they are getting outdated so quick and very not very pleasant to eat. I know I am very spoiled with that, but it's just how it is. If it's a bakery bread, bread from the baker, it can get old sort of way without me minding too much, because I have, it's been, sometimes we get it when it's still like warm, and you can't almost cut a decent slice of it because it's just like still very, very mushy. So I'm a bit more like, okay, I can still eat it somewhat, but not if it's if something that was made out of factory. No, I can't. No matter how good they say they are. And then again, we can get some that are really, really dark and very small slices. They are like more tolerable, but I'm more into the bakery thing, I will say. And those I will, if I get a point at the end of the week, if I do want something, for instance, tomorrow for lunch I want bread, and it's a bit, to me it's a bit, we called it just boring, and it's when I'm not really liking it anymore. I will put it on the toaster and I will toast it, and then I can eat it again. Then I will eat it with banana on or something, and maybe some chocolate. Yeah. We're having these very thin sliced plates of chocolate. You can buy it in light and dark chocolate, and I of course only eat dark chocolate. I do eat that because I like that the most. I have always been more into the dark chocolate, so in that kind, and you put that on your bread. So I will. If it's a warm bread, you can put it on and it will melt, and then I put a couple of slices of banana on, and then it's all. It for me. Then my dinner is done within minutes, and I can live off that for dinner. If I'm like, really not into cooking anything, or we are like just wanna, you know don't want to bother with doing. For instance, when I've been at the office the whole day, I'm like, I don't want to bother, and I know sometimes I'm so tired that I'm really not hungry. So I will just be um, I will just be it will suit me just fine just having bread. So, but that's a lot difference between the rye bread, because even though it says it's a fiberish rye bread or dark rye bread, it is there's a lot of different um, sorts of them. And I will say the version I get in Denmark, I haven't seen in Manchester area or London area. So it might be a Scottish thing, Benj. Okay, I'm only having this much left, and I think this is for the rest to end it and stuff. So I'm just gonna cut this off here. And I have like 30 minutes left. So we can do a quick one. I'm just gonna this. Oh. So this is how far we are with this one. you you finished the whole section, so now you get awarded. Now you can sit down and do some crocheting. I hear you, Stella. I hear you. Yeah, we get a lot of Danish things due to the fishing fleets and ferries this side of Scotland. Also from the islands. Yeah. Yeah, and I think another thing is that just the fact that a lot of Danish chefs are actually traveling out and about and showing off Danish cuisine and stuff like that, does make it more available um, around the world. I think that. Oh yeah, what kind of pencils did she get you? What are they called? From where are they? I am a bit looking out for some new pencils actually, just because, one can never have just one. Mm, can paint those. Oh, I want to do. I need to correct this. Oh, it's fabric style. Okay. But what have you been using before? Since you think they are so creamy? This is what you'll compare them to. pastel pencils. Okay. Okay, I admit I'm not good at faces, okay? To, to color faces, it's just not my thing. But Fabric Style is, I believe, not one of the top brand. But it is a really good brand, and I really like those a lot. I think I'm just gonna keep it there. Oh yeah, I know. Art supplies cost a lot, but the set she got was like £156 for 120 pencils. Oh wow. You are spoiled. You know that? You are spoiled. The next new thing I have been thinking of, wanna try, is actually something I've been thinking of for a while now. I wanna try and color and draw with ink. And using not brushes, but using glass pens. Um, I seen it on a Japanese um, crafters videos, and it looks amazing. And it's like, I think a lot of it I really I would be able to do, just because it's really right how I work. So when I work with the colors, so it's just a matter of me being a bit more conscious and working more like a more direct way with it, almost like saying, okay, I wanna with with that I mean saying I wanna draw flowers, for instance. Okay, I'm gonna do it like this and see how it ends. So she did a video with her drawn flowers and leaves and using the ink, but then using like water to enhance the picture and like making the flowers not just some lines, but drawing like the leaves with the water, and then it looks amazing. So I want to try and do that, and play with that. Um, but first, I need to get the ink and the whole thing. And as per usual, almost say I'm gonna buy it cheap in the beginning. So I think I'm gonna buy it from Amazon. Because she likes that you could do that and it will still get a decent tool to work with. So I think I'm gonna try and do that, and then I'm gonna buy some papers, but for that kind of work. So it's gonna be a bit thicker. I think if I use if I use the one I have a small um, like a small notebook size that is made, paper is made for watercolors. So I think I could use this the same way. And then I've been thinking of actually trying to find some videos or maybe even a book about doing some how you work with the calligraphy and learn how to do that. I would actually like to do that. I don't know if you were here when I talked about Ozempic and the video I've seen of the doctor that talked about Ozempic. And one of the things that he said was he started out wondering why people in the 70s weren't like overweight like they are today. And one of the things he found was that people back then they actually only ate 3 times a day: breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And then they were too tired from work, so they would just go to bed after that. Almost like, and there was not like much to keep them awake. Um, like we have today, if you don't like whatever is in the television, you will most likely having some kind of stream or something, or you know, or playing a game, or you will know how to entertain yourself in that way. So so he said, so people today, just in general, their body are never hungry. So why should it ever use out of the whole storage thing, because they will go food in any day, anytime. Today people eat like 3 times, they eat 5, 7, or 9 times. They will have like breakfast, then a snack, then lunch, then snack, then dinner, then a snack, night dinner, snack. So they will be almost like eating all the time. And I think one of the big difference between, because I'm always like comparing to my home country, to my country, and I think one of the big differences size, portion size, because we don't have the enormous portion size you have in the States. Just saying. We only have very, I think you would find just in general that we are getting fed like baby size. The size of our plates also have grown so much bigger than the 1780s. Um, yeah, like I said, I think in anyway in the States, in Denmark, I don't know if they have grown that much, to be honest. If I look at the old plates my mom and dad had, um, and we have like from my husband's mom, she did hand paint a whole set for 12 people, like dinner plates, lunch plates, and the dinner plates are like, I would say the plate where the space where you actually put the food is not much bigger on the plates we are eating out of today. We do have larger plates today, but in the set that is like equal to that set, is the dinner plates are almost the same. Yeah, I mean, and then depending on in what part of the States you were growing up, it is more or less not a good thing to leave things to have leftovers on the plate, so. But it's kind of funny, but because a lot of things actually uh, do get smaller. We were just talking about just a something called Rittersport in Denmark. It's like a square of chocolate in different variation. I don't know if you have them anywhere else, but we were just literally talking about that those plates, squares, actually has shrunken significantly over the years. That when we were young ones, not when we were children, but when we were young ones, they were significantly bigger than they are today. Today, and they just get smaller and smaller. I think it's it ends up just being nothing, to be honest. Yeah, I had to learn to get over that rule. Growing up, it was eat everything on your plate. There are starving people out there. I would be miserable. I was too full. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have heard about the starving kids in Africa. So yeah, I did try to empty the plate. However, I will say that at a certain age, I was allowed to, the rule was if you eat what you put on your plate. So if you put too much on your plate, more than you can eat, you will learn to put less on, and then you can always take twice or ask to have twice. Because it was very hard for me, this kind of portion control, because could be so hungry, so I would be like putting a lot on my plate, but then when I actually start eating, I wouldn't be that hungry after all, because I was not that big of a person, as it is. And it was just more like my eyes were hungry more than my actual physique could contain. Um, so that was kind of the rule at home. So if it was my mom who or my dad did, if they had like put something on my plate and I couldn't eat it, it was okay just to leave it behind. But if it's something I put on my plate myself, I just had to damn eat it. There are children that are starving in Africa, so eat it on your plate, all of it. Okay. But my mom, if I didn't have the feeling for food, she would always ask me if I had eaten something before dinner, because I usually would be so into food. So it was a lot of it was a learning curve for me to know, to not eat too close to dinner. I could still have like a cake or something in the afternoon, but I couldn't have it too close to dinner, because then I wouldn't be able to eat dinner. And that was no matter if it was something I really liked or something I didn't like that much. And I will say that our kids have kind of learned the same. That if it's something you put on your plate yourself, you eat it. If it's something I put on your plate, you can leave it behind. But we also had two very picky eaters in the house, so it was like whenever they got something they really liked, like lasagna, they will like overeat. Like, there's no tomorrow. And I'll be like, oh, hold. Okay, I'm just gonna give this a touch up on this. I just painted, and then we're gonna hit the stream because my eyes are tired. That went okay. It wasn't too much tonight. I got to paint, but a little thing we got to do. Did anyone else do the drawing prompt for Mrs. Coffee tonight? No. Just in general, no. I haven't taken part of the drawing thing. I was thinking of doing it in the beginning, but because every time it's like it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's only by chance I'm awake at that point, and I'm not awake to do anything like drawing or anything. So I gave up on it on a very early stage. I think it was something with an action figure, right? Or did I hear wrong? Wasn't it this week? It was something with an action figure. Action figure singing in junkyard. Oh my god. Well, oh, okay. Well, I think I'm just like, to me, it would be like action figure. Oh, hold, wait. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh, thank you, Ula. Yeah, it's now. Ula's saying happy birthday to me. Yeah, it is now. It is now here in Denmark. It is now. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you, Benj. Thank you. We just came on the other side of midnight, so now it's official. Next day. Thank you, Gina. It's like I've reached an age where birthday is not something you celebrate per se, but usually I would say I actually do like to celebrate it, just because it gives me an occasion to have, uh, to have cake and hot chocolate. And get presents. That's actually the reason why I celebrate my birthday as an adult. That is presents. I love presents. I'm never gonna not like it, I think. In that sense, I'm never gonna be an adult. I will always be like, oh, presents! Let's get going. So, so yeah. I'm just gonna pack my things up here while I just, do the things, and then we're up on the last part of the stream. It is midnight in Denmark, and that means that I am very close to my bedtime. I have an early appointment tomorrow with a horse. And then I will do a bit of everything tomorrow, and then Sunday, my stream on Sunday is cancelled, just to remind you one last time, and due to the celebration, not so much of my birthday, more that we are having our anniversary day, and for once we're gonna celebrate it. Usually it actually end up being more like Mother's Day and Happy Birthday and all that, more than our anniversary. Everything of that is actually kind of, a lot of the years it's getting all tangled up into one. So and this year it's really like all into one. So but I am back Thursday next week. I will say, and I just do this as a like sound warning. Happy birthday tomorrow, in case I don't see you around Twitchland. Yeah, I'm probably will be, because we're not having, if we had guests or anything, I wouldn't, but we're just gonna chill out tomorrow here. So it's gonna be for the most part an ordinary Saturday tomorrow. So I will probably be stopping by on Miss Coffee's stream, I think. But anyway, but Thursday next week, and I'm just gonna give it a fair warning, because as I talked about earlier. Oh God. Sorry. As I talked about earlier, I do have a lot to work on going on my work. So I might be doing just one stream for for a while. I'm trying to do it, at least one, at least Thursday or Friday or both if I have the energy for it, and then Sunday is gonna be a sure one. So at least one of the days, Thursday, Friday, and then Sunday, and I think that's gonna be like that until we reach the season for the summer holidays. Then it should hopefully be quieting a bit down and giving a bit of peace and quietness. I hope. So yeah. So my next stream I will be working on Randal Spangler's, and off stream I will be keeping on work on Prisatiga and on my cross stitch. And yeah, so I will say thank you for the raid, thank you for stopping by, thank you for all of you who have been lurking in the background and are keeping me company. Thank you to my mods, you are great. I couldn't do this without you, that's for sure. Yeah, there's a lot going on, just a lot on stream and off stream, and you are a very big part of things are happening. Just know that I appreciate you a lot, and if I don't get to say it often enough, then thank you from the bottom of my heart. If I could, I would pay you immensely. I can't, so all I can give you is my deep felt thank you. You're so welcome, Steve. I'm tired. Okay. So I will be back one of the days. I think we're just gonna say I'm gonna be back Thursday, because that usually is a sure day. Friday sometimes is a bit more hit or miss. Hit or miss or hit. So, okay, I need to go now because, in a minute I'm just gonna keep on talking, and then at the end of the stream I'm just gonna talk Danish just because I'm too tired to convert things in my head. So. Thank you for all of you. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Hope to see you next week. Hope to see you soon around in Twitchland. Take care, all of you. Stay safe and have a good day. Bye.